Members of Parliament, support staff, radio listeners, TV viewers, all following this meeting via social media, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Central Committee meeting of Parliament for today, Wednesday, January the 28th. This is Central Committee meeting number 13. At this time, I want to give a special welcome to the Honorable Minister of Justice, Ms. Natalie Tacklin, and her support staff. We have established a quorum of 9 members, and I invite you to stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. I have received notice of absence from the member MP Waiver, and at this time I wish to pause briefly and extend to MP Waiver the condolences of the Parliament of St. Martin on the passing of his uncle. So MP Waiver, our condolences to you and your family. Other notices from members of Parliament include the notice of lateness from the members Roseberg and Peterson. At this time, I ask if there are any notifications from the floor. I see MP Duran who wishes to take the floor. MP Duran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good morning to you, my honorable colleagues, the Minister, her support staff, and a special good morning to the people of St. Martin that are tuned in. Madam Chair, I read something yesterday that the Minister of Rummy published, and I found it a bit disturbing. According to the Minister, the go-slow, which is the go-slow at the fire department, that is jeopardizing building permits. According to the Minister, the go-slow has led to a suspension of the fire and safety inspection approvals, which were required steps in permit process. As a result, the processing of permits has slowed down. And we're talking about projects that have national priority, the hospital, the prison, schools, and other different infrastructure problems. Madam Chair, my question is, this is an issue that has to do with the Minister of General Affairs. Can the Minister of Rummy reach out to his colleague minister in a calm meeting, in a letter, in a text, in a phone call? Is the Prime Minister unreachable? I don't understand how the media could help solve that issue, because I know a lot of individuals are waiting for permits as well for the same reason. Through you, Madam Chair, I just thought it very important to put that out there. Secondly, Madam Chair, when it comes to article that I read a couple of days ago where the dismissal of the head of immigration took place, Mr. Livingstone, I asked myself, was there a suspension? Was there any warning? What took place? Because, Madam Chair, we cannot be talking about nation building if we're busy shooting down our own over and over again without explanation. So therefore, through you, I mean, we have the Honorable Minister of Justice here. I know the response might be it's a HR matter, not going into it. But I find it quite disturbing that yet again we see where on one side in the airport we did a great thing with appointing a local professional, Michael Peters, and on the other end we chopped down another one. Are we talking about nation building if we're busy destroying our own? What nation are we actually building then? Thank you.
Thank you, MP Duran. The next MP to speak is MP Lewis. MP Lewis, you have the floor for notifications.
Good afternoon, or good morning. Sorry, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, to the Griffier, to the Minister and her support staff, to my honorable colleagues here. I see no one in the tribune. Good morning to the people of St. Martin. To you, Madam Chair, the Ministry of Rummy is a mess. The Minister of Rummy, there's no proper line of communication when it comes to MPs and directly to the minister. When MPs say what we have to say here, it's to the general public, including a message to the minister that they can reach out, or when we reach out to them, that they have the respect to answer their MPs who have to keep this government together. Because whether you all have the coalition or not, in the day a motion have to come against any one of them, of no confidence, it might not have the full support of the coalition, but it will have my support when one is not doing their job. Through you, Madam Chair, we have the Minister of Justice here with us today, and I would like to say this public and direct. Minister, this MP do not have a problem with you. I understand my passion for the ministry and where I came from. You may have heard things about me as an employee, but I stand firm where I sit here today and forever as long as I have breath. Minister, you make your decision to dismiss an individual. I personally spoke to you before you swear in, and I said we need to talk. I don't care how much locals we have in positions. As long as you do not function and you have to go, you have to go. I stand for justice, and I'm fully aware of the injustices that took place, even when I was minister, when that individual undermined my management. So therefore, I know exactly what is going on because the employees come to me personally, give me the letters exactly as well with what was going on within the ministry from that individual. And also letters that was addressed to you, Minister. I have copies of those letters as well. And they are very grave. And it only took now for that decision to happen. That person was also removed from the Customs Department under my administration because of incompetence as well. I, as minister, also issued a warning letter because of the work ethics of the individual. So at the end of the day, when you have a job to do, you have a job to do. And I sit here as well to do my job. Yes, we like to talk about local. I would like to see my locals fulfill the position. But where incompetencies is, they have to go. And that's what I sit here and I hold every ministry, including yours. So some may feel like I am attacking the Minister of Justice. I'm not attacking the Minister of Justice. I am doing my job as an MP because, of course, I have a working relationship with the ministry over 18 years. So, of course, individuals will come to me. I keep telling people when Linda Lewis speaks, I'm going to finish, Madam Chair. I'm going to conclude. When I speak on behalf of this country. And it is very disturbing, Madam Chair, too, when we have to cut our statement short because the people, what I have rest on my chest is from the people of this country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. And MP Lewis, again, I'm going to remind everyone that we are in notifications, not for lengthy statements, the opportunity for every member of parliament to make brief notifications at the start of the meeting is what we afford every member of parliament. Thank you, MP Lewis, for your contribution to notifications. I continue with our notifications round, so to speak, and the next MP to speak is MP Jansen-Webster. MP Jansen-Webster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, and good morning and welcome to the Minister and her support staff. I just have some condolences on behalf of URSM for my fellow MP, MP Waiver, for the passing of his uncle, and also not to forget our support staff in the faction St. Kanagita, with the passing also of her beloved aunt. So for the Kanagita family and the Waiver family, I extend my condolences. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Veronica Jansen-Webster, for your notification. The next MP to speak during notifications is MP Ottley. MP Ottley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to the Honorable Minister, support staff, my honorable colleagues, and the viewing and listening public. I also would like to extend my sympathy on behalf of the United People's Party to St. Kanagita and her family. Madam Chair, I would like to bring clarity. Today in the headlines, they had an article in the Herald that states, MP Ottley calls for resignation of those in charge of billing at GB. Madam Chair, this was misquoted. I called for the resignation of those in charge in government, be it the Prime Minister, the Minister of Rummy, the Minister of Tayat. As good as we may be, if you do not handle the people's business, it's time to go. Madam Chair, I also spoke of the amount of closed-door meetings we are having with GEBE, whereby even those who proposed the closed-door meetings even said that a lot was not forthcoming. I look forward to the continuation of the public meeting of GB so we can do what we have to do for the people of St. Martin. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Ottley, for your contribution to the notifications. The next MP to speak is MP Lacroes. MP Lacroes, you have the floor.
A blessed morning, Madam Chair, Lady Griffier, Minister of Justice, her support staff, my fellow colleagues, and those listening and watching on social media. Madam Chair, Lady, also condolences on my behalf and my family. MP Ottley already mentioned the Kanagita family. I'd like to still extend my condolences to Ms. Marlin, the SG from Justice, who's currently burying her dad, and MP Waiver and his family. Madam Chair, Lady, a notification to the Minister of Justice, and something I don't know if she heard of it, but the accident that took place in Cahill with a elderly still driving and caused a lot of damage with a family member of a member of parliament here. So that is something that I would like the minister to actually look into when we are reissuing driver's licenses to people over 60, 65, and making sure that the exam that is done by the doctors, that is done properly. And I know one day I'll get there too, so I'm not too far from it. They're laughing. So, Madam Chair, Lady, then I'd like to echo the sentiments of MP Lewis when it comes to immigration and their services. What we don't see is that this is one of the ministries, and the amount of monies that is collected via the immigration services to the coffers. And once this doesn't happen, that people are waiting 2-3 years for a permit, a residency permit, that this has trickle-down effects on all other ministries because there are no monies in the coffers. So whatever needed to be done was done, and I hope that the replacement is better. And if not, that their life should be short in that ministry. Thank you, Madam Chair, Lady.
Thank you, MP Lacroes. Yes, I think it's important, and I want to echo what I heard MP say. We understand, I hope everyone else does as well, the meaning of what MP Lacroes said. Yeah, it definitely referred to the office, but if MP Lacroes wishes to, he can at some point clarify that for sure. And I continue with notifications and give the floor to MP Myers. MP Myers, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues here in Parliament, those of you watching online, to the Honorable Minister of Justice. Good morning. I, too, would like to join my colleagues in Parliament on behalf of the SAM faction to extend my condolences to our colleague, MP Waiver, and wish him and his family much strength, as well as the ST Kanagita and the Kanagita family, which in them much strength. The community of St. Martin was also shocked over the weekend with the passing of a good friend of mine, Stanley Baptist, who passed away. And we extend our condolences to his kids and his family here in St. Martin and abroad. Also the Marlin family, who's putting their former President of Parliament and former leader of the National Alliance, Mr. William Marlin's brother, has passed away, and they're putting him to his final resting place today. So I pray that that family gets the comfort and strength that they need. And last but not least, the Washington family, Fritz Daki Washington, and the passing of who we all affectionately knew as Daki. And I wish all of those St. Martin families much strength and comfort during this grieving period, and may God be with them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Myers. And the next MP to speak is MP Roseburg. MP Roseburg, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you, Chair Lady. Blessed morning to the Honorable Minister of Justice and our support staff. Blessed morning to my dear honorable colleagues and to the viewers listening online. seeing that this is our first meeting since returning back from Parlamerica, so I would like to also make a short remark in regards to the conference MP F.A and myself went to, which was a successful conference in regards to digital violence, and seeing that digital violence is something that we are also dealing with on St. Martin. I would like to, through this way, let the public know that it has our attention and that in Parliament we will continue to bring awareness in regards to digital violence and also making the necessary changes in the law to make sure that digital violence in any sort or form can be avoided and are punished in the correct way, seeing that our current laws do not give that opportunity. So that's just a short remark in regards to the successful Parlamerica's conference that we went to. And other than that, I'm looking forward to get updates from the minister in regards to the topic handled here today so that we know where we stand, where we're going, and how it will be addressed. Thank you, Chair Lady, for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Roseberg, and thank you for that brief on your recent travel, that of yourself and MP Veronica Janssen. Thank you, and I'm sure Parliament will receive a complete briefing on that very important conference that both of you attended. I continue with the notifications, and I give MP Irion the floor at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, SG, members of Parliament, Minister and her support staff. I'd also like to give condolences to Ms. Etsy Kanagater and the Kanagater family, and our colleague, MP Waver, also on the passing of his uncle. Madam Chair, I also read the article from the Minister of Rummy regarding the cry to the fire department, and I thought it was very weird, but I'm realizing the trend of the current government that when they have issues with each other, they don't talk in the Council of Ministers, but they are putting things out in public and having a public discussion, a debate on matters that so-called should be internal. But when members of Parliament ask for information, it always, we can't give it because it's private or confidential. And I realize the Minister of Rummy is making a plea to the Fire Department, but the Fire Department is making a plea to the Honorable Prime Minister to get their stuff resolved. So I'm asking the Minister of Rummy if maybe he could put a little fire under the Prime Minister to go and support the Fire Department to get it done. And I also don't agree with the minister's article saying that that's the reason why, because the minister does not respond to emails. His cabinet does not respond to emails. The SG does not respond to emails going back to a year. And I am being CC'd in emails by citizens, right? And I am also not following up for them, and they still don't respond, similar to what MP Lewis says, right? So don't blame the fire department, blame yourself, because you don't have the decency to even respond to citizens who are triple replying to emails, months and months on end. Madam Chair, I also take note of the article that came out on by yourself regarding meetings and the vision of how Parliament should operate in terms of bringing ministers in or not. And again, I take note, and I've asked this in the past already, to please, as a leader of the Democratic faction, as the leader, the chair of Parliament, to please call a coalition meeting to discuss the way forward on how the vision between members of Parliament and the government should go forward. We can't have on one end saying motions are nothing, we shouldn't do motions, but then we call meetings are not called, ministers don't show up, and then we send letters are not responded to for 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, going on end. We don't even get an email saying, or a response to a letter saying, hey, we know that 3 weeks have passed, we need 3 more weeks. Not even that kind of decency we get. And then we do question hours, but we have the worst chairing possible, right? So what is the point then of us as members of Parliament if we can't do our main task of keeping the government accountable? So, Madam Chair, I'm asking you now, right? What is your vision for members of Parliament? How do you want us to operate? How do you see us keeping the government accountable when the tools that we have cannot be properly executed? Thank you.
Thank you, MP Irion. I think I'll leave my response to your very polite request to talk to the coalition, as well as the matters pertaining to the meetings of Parliament. Although we kind of beating a dead horse and repeating the same thing, I've overly stated what I, in this capacity, am doing with respect to trying to close that gap. and you will just have to see as these things materialize from here in Parliament as far as my responsibility is concerned. So thank you for that. Thank you for that notification, MP Irian, and given some of the other comments made by members of Parliament regarding the services of different departments of government, I want to add another one that, as they would say here locally, put it out there and hopefully it will be caught, and that is the matter of forms that the public is requesting from the Civil Service Department, and the time it takes for these different declarations, etc., to be had. And I too join the voices in asking if the responsible minister can kindly look at that and give some relief where this matter is concerned, because it is hurting persons and it is hurting matters that persons need to regulate in terms of having a residency status declaration, I mean, you name it. So I too am joining in terms of the services provided by some departments of government. There must be something we can do about these services, especially given government's emphasis, and Parliament's own as well, on digitalization. So I continue now. MP York, I'll briefly give you, because I was closing off the notifications, but I'll give you the opportunity to briefly make your notification. MP York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to yourself. Good morning to the Minister and her support staff, honorable colleagues, and the viewing public. Madam Chair, just to piggyback off of what my colleagues just stated, the Minister of Romy had his article this morning in the paper concerning permits. This is something that I brought to the Prime Minister during the most recent union meeting here in Parliament. What was his plan pertaining to permits moving forward? And I would also like to extend the question saying, what is the plan of the government moving forward with Carnival, with Heineken Regatta, and with all the big festivities coming up where the ambulance and the fire department will be needed? I would not like to see another article from maybe the Minister Teat, seeing that she is over Carnival, stating the Carnival is in danger because of the fire department or because of the ambulance. So we know these things are coming up in advance. I think it's about time that the Council of Ministers hold the Prime Minister accountable to finally resolve this situation with the unions. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. I omitted to make notice or give notice of the notification that we received on behalf of MP Kotai. We received this before the start of this meeting, and that's a notification of absence. So with that being mentioned, we continue with the agenda point for this meeting, and that is a discussion with the Minister of Justice on urgent, unresolved matters impacting justice workers and the relationship between the ministry and representative unions. This document is dated the 22nd of September of 2025. It is IS number 091, and it is a meeting requested by the members Lacroes, Ottley, and Lewis. Going over to the agenda point, I mentioned that it was on September the 22nd of last year that we received a letter from the MPs Lacroes, Ottley, and Lewis with a request that a Central Committee meeting of Parliament be convened to discuss the aforementioned agenda point. And the presence of the Minister of Justice was also requested. So that is this meeting here today. And I see oh, okay. I see who it's going to be. The Secretary General has given me an indication, an answer to my next request, and that would have been if any of the requesters of the meeting would like to elucidate their request. And yes, indeed, one of the requesters, namely MP Lewis, would like to do so. So MP Lewis, you now have the opportunity to elucidate the request for this meeting. MP Lewis.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you, through you. Just to elucidate a little, I personally also dispatched a letter where I received some answers from the Minister pertaining to some of the information that is given, some of the agenda points that is here today. So, Madam Chair, basically as an MP, I've just personally said in my notification, it is nothing personal, Minister, but the individuals that elected me or didn't elect me but reached out to me as well, pertaining to the status within the Justice Ministry, seeing that I'm a former police officer as well, and union representative. So the comprehensive clarification regarding to the arrangement. So when they saw, I actually love your social media. I love your social media, but I can tell you this, you know, a lot of people were disappointed in it because they say, what type of narrative is the ministry giving when we ourselves are not seeing the completion of the batches? That is in that, and I too, I'm supposed to be part of those batches, so I also am waiting for my Landsbesluit as well. So the communication as well with the unions, because some of union representatives, union leaders would reach out to me and say, hey, but we didn't even have this type of communication with the minister. And we see in these types, so you see the back and forth with the unions from your article, from the unions. So we stand here from Parliament would like to know the cohesion or the line of communication that the minister has, because the union also represents their they represent their people within the ministry. So those are the outstanding things, the outstanding payments. I also understood that some payments were made for a particular group, but not for another group. So when it comes to the O.E.C, for example, those got a back pay, but some people are still stating that they didn't get their pay. So I hope that you have your presentation prepared as to the agenda points here today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. And just to add to what MP Lewis indicated, indeed, some questions were sent in writing by MP Lewis, and the answers for the information of the other members of Parliament. The answers were provided via IS 499 of the 23rd of December last year by the minister. So just in case any other member of Parliament would like to see the answers given, they have been provided by IS 499 of the 23rd of December. With that brief addition, I now give the floor to the Minister of Justice. I believe the Minister of Justice has a presentation to make. And no, yes, Minister, no, the Minister will make her verbal presentation, her oral presentation. So, Minister, you have the floor. Minister Tacklin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Lady, and thank you. Good morning to the members of Parliament and, of course, to the members of the public watching and viewing at home or wherever you may be. Indeed, I think there's a list of different topics on the agenda for which we've had quite a lot of discussion or letters back and forth. I believe also on this specific topic, at some point, the Justice Committee also sent questions to my cabinet, to which we also drafted a response to those. However, I'm also well aware and appreciate the fact that this is a central committee, which is, of course, different than the Justice Committee, to which I also owe account, and I believe also to the workers and to the people of St. Martin. So we're happy to answer these questions again, because they are, of course, of importance to our justice workers. I'll start with the first point on the proposed agenda on the convocation, which was that comprehensive clarification regarding the present insurance arrangements for justice workers. On this topic, I also want to clarify as well that I think already this discussion started back in May around the time of the riot and arson at the Point Blanche prison, at which point there was a letter or news article published by the NAPB police union saying that the ministry was putting our workers in danger. At that time, we responded in writing, not through the press, to that union, and gave an explanation as to what actually the legalities were of the insurance and how the legislation works. On top of that, we also disseminated a communique to the entire police force through their intranet that reached all police workers and not just those that are members of the union, which we found to be important. But nevertheless, it seems that there's still some confusion as to what the legislation actually says and what the reality is. So I hope that today I'm able to clarify this point once and for all, because it keeps recurring. So it is a bit of the question was for comprehensive explanation, so I do have a comprehensive one here prepared. And I'll start actually at the legal framework, namely Chapter 10, Article 114 of the Rechtspositiebesluit Politie. According to Chapter 10 of the Rechtspositiebesluit, which has been effective since the 22nd of December 2023, this establishes a statutory system of compensation for police officers injured or killed in the line of duty. Article 114 states clearly that if a police officer suffers injury or dies while lawfully performing the duty, the government must compensate the damage. This is a legal duty that applies at all times to the government of St. Martin, regardless of any insurance coverage and whether or not that is present. The right to compensation, therefore, comes from the law, and the insurance is simply a tool for government to manage its financial risk and ensure timely payouts. Then the scope and who falls under the Rechtspositiebesluit St. Martin. Chapter 10 applies directly to KPSM, Landsrecherche, and the Border Control Division of IBPS. For these entities, the duty of care is codified explicitly in Chapter 10. For other parts of the Ministry of Justice, such as Customs, Coast Guard, the Court of Guardianship, the prison, their Rechtspositie does not contain a comparable article. For these groups, the intention is to use collective insurance as a practical instrument to extend coverage. It's important to emphasize, however, that the absence of a specific position in a Rechtspositie does not mean that there is no protection or liability on the side of government. The LMA establishes the fundamental framework for civil servants' rights and obligations. Under the LMA, government as an employer has a duty of care towards all civil servants. This includes responsibility for damage or accidents that occur in the course of or as a direct result of their work. In other words, for KPSM, the Landsrecherche, and IBPS Border Control, this duty of care is explicitly codified in Chapter 10 of the Rechtspositiebesluit, and for other justice personnel, the same duty follows from the LMA and general principles of ambtenarenrecht, or civil service law, even if it's not spelled out in their Rechtspositie. The use of insurance for these groups is therefore a risk management tool for government, but the underlying legal responsibility remains with the government as employer. The absence of an express article in the Rechtspositie does not eliminate the country's liability for service-related accidents or injuries. Then the relationship between the law and the insurance. Article 114 of the Rechtspositiebesluit creates a direct legal obligation for the government of St. Martin. If a police officer is injured or dies while lawfully performing his or her duties, the government must compensate for that damage. This duty applies at all times and does not depend on whether or not an insurance policy exists. The insurance policies, such as the Nagico Group Life coverage that the officers previously had, are not the source of the officer's right. Once again, I want to really emphasize that the insurance is a risk management tool for government. And the purpose of the insurance is to ensure that funds are available to meet the government's obligations under the law. Then I want to also go into the background of how we got to where we were with the Rechtspositiebesluit and the insurance, and I believe some of the MPs sitting here might remember some of this history as it took place under their Council of Ministers. From the 1st of October 2016, a group life insurance policy was in place for police officers that was funded through the so-called 20 guilder salary deduction at the time. Each year, the policy was renewed, and this system continued for 5 years. On the 13th of October 2022, the Council of Ministers decided that coverage would be narrowed to apply exclusively to frontline personnel actively engaged in high-risk duties, and that the administrative staff would no longer be included. As part of this Council of Ministers decision, the 20 guilder salary deduction was stopped, and the Department of Salary and Wages was informed. The change was grounded in the covenant that was agreed upon at the CCSU level, which also formed the basis for the besluit Rechtspositie that was established at the end of 2023. Under the covenant, the government undertook to carry the full cost of the coverage and of the insurance, while previously this was funded through that 20 guilder from the salary deduction. Following that decision on the 13th of October 2022, the Ministry of Justice began a public tender process to secure a new insurer. During the final stages of this tender, however, it became clear that the Council of Ministers' decision conflicted with the Rechtspositiebesluit Politie that was then under preparation. Therefore, the tender could not be completed until this conflict between the decision from the Council of Ministers and the draft law was resolved. Resolving this required that the formal agreement, required the formal agreement of the unions through the CCSU. That agreement was only reached in the third quarter of 2023. By that time, the previous insurance had already lapsed. leaving a gap while the legislative alignment was being finalized. The tender process was therefore expected to be relaunched in 2024 with the technical assistance from SOA. However, this relaunch did not take place. Instead, the ministry carried out an inventory of personnel to be covered, and department heads were instructed to provide lists of their frontline staff. Progress on this was again delayed because the Ministry of Justice initially proposed that the crime fund be used to finance the coverage. However, the Ministry of Finance rejected this proposal. Subsequently, a specific budget post was identified, and the file was sent to the governor. The governor then returned the file with comments that required correction. And this was the back and forth, and I know that we've spoken about it also here previously in Parliament, where there was an impasse between the governor and the ministry, and instead the decision was taken to focus on 2026 as a means to really develop and fine-tune the insurance coverage and have it apply to the realities of the ministry at the moment. So at this time, we're focusing on exploring the options for establishing coverage in 2026 that will better meet the operational needs of the ministry and that will adhere fully to financial and legal procedures, including proper tendering, and provide sustainable coverage for the frontline staff. Then I also want to show the difference, at least a little bit, in what we're working on currently with SOA, because I've also received a letter, I think last week, Thursday or Friday, that we still have to respond to from the NFPB and WICSU, requesting clarification on what the process is going to be for the insurance, what the scope and coverage will be of the insurance. And again, I think what we need to explain is that legal right follows already from Chapter 10 of the Rechtspositiebesluit, but it only covers the staff that falls under there, KPSM, Brandrecherche, Border Control of IBPS. The decision taken by the Council of Ministers in 2022 was also that actually this coverage and the insurance coverage should stretch to all frontline personnel and no longer being, do I wear a uniform or do I not wear a uniform, but that we look at risk categories. So this means that the scope of the coverage will be expanded to include not only the personnel that are covered under the Rechtspositiebesluit Politie, but also frontline justice workers who are not formally included in that regulation, but perform critical frontline duties and that face similar risks as police officers. So, for example, we can think of our correction officers at YNES, judicial bailiffs, probation officers, and others exposed to occupational hazards. So for them, of course, we will also need to be covered in case of accidental death, dismemberment, disability. Then in preparation, what we're looking at currently and the process that is currently ongoing is, one, defining the policy objectives and outlining why we are actually acquiring and procuring an insurance. Then we'll also be identifying and defining the group for which the insurance is being procured. So that means we need to define the term frontline worker within the context of the ministry and which functions fall within this category. Then we'll also be estimating and grouping the total number of frontline workers and the expected changes in this total during the contract period so that we can properly budget for that. Then we will also be conducting a risk and coverage analysis. So identify occupational risks specific to justice functions, such as physical assault, exposure to violent offenders, field operations, and travel. We'll be classifying the risks by frequency and severity where possible, analyzing whether we have had past incidents that have occurred and how often these previous insurances have been claimed in the years that we had an insurance in place. And of course, specifying the type of coverage and payout structures are required. And then with that, we also need to consider the requirements that are outlined in the Rechtspositiebesluit Politie, because there are specific amounts and things that are mentioned in there that we have to ensure, of course, that those are adequately covered within the framework of the law and any other, legislation that we have in internal policies. And then with that, of course, determine what budget we will need in order to be able to cover that premium over time. So if we don't define all of these items, then of course we can't draft up proper terms of reference and we can't properly select the right insurance and qualify who and what will fall under that. Then I think with that, I've covered everything here. When it comes to the insurance at least. So I don't know, Chair Lady, then if we're going to do, if I go through all the points that are on the agenda, or if we stop to discuss this particular one. I don't know what the format is.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister of Justice, for the information that you provided. And we have, yes, exactly. It's one agenda point, and with the different matters mentioned specifically. And you have just dealt with the part regarding the insurance primarily. I would suggest that you continue on the agenda point and then, yeah, provide all of the information, including the way it has been specified in the letter from the members. You may continue,
Yes.
Minister.
Clear. Thank you very much. So again, I just want to reiterate once more with respect to the insurance before we close off on this particular topic within the agenda point, is that we're not putting our justice workers at risk, that the government will at all times remain liable and responsible. And of course, I understand that individuals feel a lot safer knowing that there's an insurance that they can get money from instead of having to depend on government and liquidity if you have a claim that government has the money to be able to pay you out. So this is why also we're realistic in that fashion as well, and why we're focusing on putting a proper insurance in place so that everybody is clear on what the rights and responsibilities are, and that should a claim arise, that immediately that can be paid out by the insurance, as opposed to having to run behind government to get what's rightfully due to you. So again, that process is ongoing, but I see some discussion over here, but I'll get the questions after. Then I'll move on to the second point, which is protocols and scheduling of formal communications with unions. All formal communication between the Ministry of Justice and the unions is conducted through the Committee of Civil Servants Union, the CCSU, which is the established and recognized platform for structured, coordinated, and professional engagement. Several unions, including the ABVO, F.A, and the O.E.C, are represented within the CCSU. For this reason, holding individual meetings with separate unions is not preferred, as all unions should receive the same information at the same time when matters concern their members. Formal discussions are held during the CCSU meetings, which are convened as necessary based on the agenda and the status of the matter under consideration. A fixed or standing meeting schedule has not been established. Instead, updates are provided as progress is made, and this allows the CCSU to request clarification or to call a meeting at its discretion whenever it deems such engagement necessary. This structured approach ensures that all unions are engaged equitably and that discussions proceed in an organized and accountable manner. The Ministry will continue to utilize the CCSU as the central forum for updates, consultations, and any additional meetings deemed necessary. Of course, in between, on an informal level or even a formal level, whenever letters are sent by the unions, these are responded to by the Ministry, often within a couple of days if certain information is being requested. And at least I can speak at least for the O.E.C, at least that the president of the O.E.C has my number and reaches me at all times, and I immediately pick up the phone and respond to any questions or queries or concerns that they have. So that is definitely a working situation that works quite well. And again, any letters that are sent, we respond to those immediately as well. Then the status of pending LBAs and all payroll matters. The status of the pending LBAs and related payroll matters are as follows. Phase 1 of the Landsbesluit process was completed in December 2025 by the Ministry. Batches 14 and 15 have been paid out by the Ministry of Finance last week through the payroll in January. Batches 16 and 17 are currently at the governor awaiting his signature. And a limited number of cases remain outstanding due to identified discrepancies that will be addressed in what we are now unfortunately have to do our last batch 18. And batch 18 is expected to include approximately 20 individuals, primarily of one department, and it presents some significant challenges to the Ministry. This primarily consists of former workers with a small number of new employees and individuals that are classified as beoefen formatief. The beoefen formatief designation indicates that these individuals occupy functions that are no longer included in the new function book. As a result, they have not received placement letters or official assignments. nor have they been provided with clarity. Various cases are currently being managed by the different HR departments within the Ministry of Justice. And also for some of batch 18, what we will have to do is amend these parts of the function book where we have realized that incorrect scales were applied to certain functions and that accidentally or maybe not accidentally some entire functions were removed entirely from the organization that are critical functions. So in order to place these individuals, we'll have to do this reparative work as well. And we're currently engaged with P&O Central within the government to assist us with correcting these issues with the function book. Then, with respect to outstanding payroll matters, when it comes to Phase 2, of course, last week in the Council of Ministers, we approved the legislation that would allow us to proceed with Phase 2. It turned out that in the publishing of that law at the time that it did not legally allow for Phase 2. However, we have now fixed this, and actually within the cabinet we drafted the legislation and fixed it ourselves, and have now, it should be up at the governor now in order to be bekrachtigd. Again, that's a LBHAM, so it does not need to come to Parliament, but that has been rectified, and we've worked it out with the assistance of the cabinet of the governor and O.E.C, and we've also met comments made by the Raad van Advies, meaning that it no longer has to go to the Raad van Advies because we've followed their advice completely. So this allows us now to proceed with Phase 2. When it comes to outstanding payments for justice personnel, we've made significant progress on addressing outstanding payments. The Jubilee payments have been reviewed and approved, and several already finalized, while others are pending final authorization. And of course, we do want to note that the execution of payments falls under the Ministry of Finance. So, you know, as with the previous batches, they were issued in December, but weren't paid out until the payroll in January, and that's not something that we have an effect on as a Ministry of Justice. When it comes to things that have been paid out, we've paid out KPSM bereikbaarheid, a total of 35 advices amounting to 754,000 guilders. We've paid out KPSM Jubilees, 12 advices amounting to 118,769 guilders. And pending currently, the 19 advices for Jubilees for the prison have been completed. Then we have 9 advices pending for Jubilees for KPSM. For the on-call bereikbaarheid, we have 2 pending from KPSM. When it comes to immigration retroactive overtime, there are 14 advices pending review within the ministry currently. For the Landsrecherche retroactive bereikbaarheid, there are 4 advices that are in the final review phase. And retroactive overtime, KPSM, is being worked on by their HR department in collaboration with our financial controllers within the ministry. Then there was a proposal for enhancing mutual engagement and accountability. As a ministry and as minister, I remain committed to strengthening the mutual engagement and accountability through structured, transparent, and professional dialogue. Formal engagement with the unions will continue to occur within the CCSU framework, as well as in writing and informally if there are phone calls made, emails sent, we respond to those. And I think that this also ensures clarity, consistency, and accountability for all the parties. Updates will also be provided on the basis of verifiable progress with the relevant administrative and legal processes. And we will, of course, continue to enhance and timely disseminate accurate information from the ministry's perspective and maintain clear and comprehensive documentation. We're continuously at the press briefing, we're putting out press releases as soon as there's information that can be shared with the public or with Parliament, and we will continue to do this as we proceed. Then I think all of these are a little bit similar. There's whether an agreement on a structured follow-up mechanism and reporting schedule to ensure that Parliament and the unions are kept updated on the progress of those matters. We support this and any type of follow-up and reporting implemented, and I'm always happy to come here to Parliament and answer questions and give explanations. I continue to say, and I'm happy to go to the press briefing as well as Minister and as the Ministry of Justice, we have nothing to hide and we're not afraid of Parliament and questions, nor are we afraid of the press. So we're happy to continue to engage in this way and come here and update the public. Besides that, again, as I said, any letters that are sent, we'll do our best to respond to these. We have noticed sometimes a significant delay in when letters actually arrive at the ministry compared to when I often see a press release from an MP, stating questions were sent to the Ministry of Justice. So I think that maybe those are internal processes that we can look at improving. Because I think that maybe there's a sentiment oftentimes from the side of Parliament that we're not responding to questions, but sometimes it takes 2 months for us to receive them. So I think we need to look at kind of addressing that just as an aside. But I think I've covered most of the points here. And again, I know that we've given quite a few updates on these. We gave a comprehensive update last week as well during the press briefing. So if there are specific questions from the floor of Parliament, we're happy to respond to those and address them as they come up.
Thank you, Minister. Members of Parliament, I will briefly adjourn for 9 minutes until 12:15, and this meeting will resume with the members of Parliament having the opportunity to respond to or ask any questions to the Minister regarding this agenda point. Meeting adjourned until 12:15. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, we reconvene after a brief adjournment following the presentation by the Minister of Justice on the agenda point as requested for this meeting by members of Parliament. After that introductory presentation by the Minister, we now go over to the members of Parliament, offering them the opportunity to ask questions or further comments on the topics of this agenda point. And I give the floor to MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you, Minister, for some explanations in regards to the points brought forward by my colleagues. I do, however, have some questions and or concerns, and I would like to get some clarity. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Honorable Minister. Minister, I've noticed that you continue to repeat that they are already covered. When you talk about they, you talk about the justice workers, right? Just to go back in history a bit, I remember when the article came out right after the prison riots, F.A came out with an article highlighting the dangers of the officers not being properly insured. We had a meeting here in Parliament, I believe it was the budget debate of 2025 when you were absent. And in your absence, the acting Minister of Justice, Minister Gomes, mentioned, when I asked the question, that I am insinuating that the officers don't have insurance and they have health insurance. And I specify, I'm not talking about health insurance, I'm talking about coverage in the event that something would happen. Now, in that same meeting, in the clarification round, the minister came back and mentioned that all justice workers will be covered in the new policy that is being developed. Then last week, through you, Madam Chair, I heard in the press briefing you mentioned that, yes, they already have coverage, which was mentioned here, but I forget the term that you use, risk management tool. It will be used as a risk management tool. So am I to understand that they have insurance already, but we're going to get insurance by Nagico or any other company to be able to expedite payments? Because if that is the case, then we are unnecessarily wasting government money if they already have insurance. It's either they are insured or they are not insured. And just to go back in time a bit, this whole insurance situation came about a bit over 10 years ago with the whole murder of Officer Benjamin. And at the time, Minister Dennis Richardson brought it to the Council of Ministers in terms of getting getting coverage in the event that somebody would get hurt, damaged, or so on the job. So am I to understand through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, all Ministers of Justice, including Dennis Richardson, Senator Dennis Richardson, and right up to even Anna Richardson and Lyndon Lewis were doing it the wrong way? Because if they have insurance already, there's no need to get new insurance or extra part of insurance. So I just need some clarity on that. And I don't think I'm the only one concerned about that point, because I got like 3 messages from different officers pointing to the same reference. So another question to you, Madam Chair. Can you explain, Minister, what a risk management tool is? And what is your understanding based on a risk management tool to manage the expectation? And for instance, God forbid, an officer would pass away in the line of duty today. How will they be compensated based on what you mentioned on different articles? And if they were to pass away with the insurance coverage that they had up to 2 years ago before it had to go for renewal, how would they have been compensated? I would like clear breakdowns in numbers. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, would like to know, is the insurance coverage, the amount that is needed for the life insurance, is that in the 2026 budget that was, I'm thinking now, maybe submitted already? I heard that several cuts were needed. Was that one of the cuts? I would also like to know, through you, Madam Chair, where exactly is the ministry now with the placement process? Because a statement was publicly made that phase 1 of the placement process was complete. However, there are still workers that so-called part of the phase 1 still haven't received their national decrees. So where's the ministry now in that regard? Through you, Madam Chair, as I mentioned, the NAGICO insurance policy was there for a reason. And if the minister is now saying that over the years we've paid this for no reason because it already had coverage, and now we're about to start a new insurance and pay it with already having coverage, I would really like some clarity on that, because in that case, then we could save money. I will leave it there for now, Madam Chair, and I look forward to the clarifications before I proceed with the next questions. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Duran. The next MP to speak is MP Irian. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have similar questions or even concerns regarding the statements by the minister in writing, but also here verbally, regarding that the officers are already insured. But the minister, in the article, said that they're already covered. But the minister also stated here that she understands the concern that persons are afraid a government would not be able to pay out on time if something happens. So then the concern then is not about the insurance, it's about the, and the minister even mentioned a specific word, the government's liquidity. So then the concern is less about the insurance, but the government's ability to be able to pay out. That was the minister's exact point, ability to pay and liquidity. And as the prior MP mentioned, I can't imagine we're going to add additional expenses to government because government does not have liquidity, or we don't trust the government enough to be able to pay out. So I'd like some clarification on that. In addition to that, I would really like some clarity, because the minister started to mention the individuals that would fall under the insurance. I want clarity on, will the administrative staff fall under this? Because in the past, I remember when Minister Richardson was there, Anna Richardson was there, the unions made a big issue about leaving them out. So if they are not part of the current insurance process, does the union and the members agree that the administrative members within justice don't fall under the future NAGICO or private insurance? I really would like clarity on that, because again, in the past, we couldn't at one point in time move ahead with the insurance because there was a delay in who gets it or not. In addition to that, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, the Prime Minister, in a prior meeting, there was a discussion also of the other frontline workers, which is fire department and ambulance. So has there been any discussions within the Council of Ministers? Because I can't imagine the government is going to take out 2 or 3 different insurance policies for the same thing. So is this a future insurance policy, the private one, going to include the other frontline workers? And if so, has there been any discussions with the Prime Minister regarding this? And do you foresee any delays if that's the case? Because they'll be making a promise one way, but if the Prime Minister and the fire department, et cetera, aren't ready, do you foresee any delays? Minister, regarding the batches that you mentioned that were not paid out in 2025, will those batches be paid out in 2026 without an approved budget 2026? So do you currently have any delays or have any advices that are going up but not being paid because budget 2026 is not or has not been approved as yet? The reason I'm asking that is because then we could not we can let the officers know in advance that, hey, for the next 6 months, don't expect this. So don't let us sit in here today in Parliament, the top of the year, create expectations that payouts are going to happen, say, oh, no, they're by finance. But we know already, because the budget 2026 is not approved, they're not going to get paid out. So I would prefer the minister, the government actually send a communication out to all of those individuals and say, hey, you can expect your payout in the 3rd quarter of the year, because the budget isn't, based on the government's timeline of the budget, isn't going to be approved until June, and the ratification is still 6 weeks. So we still have the ombudsman in between. So more than likely, your payments will only happen in the 3rd quarter of the year. Can the minister clarify, give some information regarding those payments? The minister mentioned that phase 2 had some issues, and the minister in her cabinet updated the law based and with feedback from the COA, Council of Advice, etc. So, but I would like some clarity on what the issue was, because it wasn't stated what the issue was. Can we get some clarity on what the issue was, what the old legislation looked like, what the new legislation looked like, if you sent to us as members of parliament so we could read it ourselves. And then also, again, is phase 2 budgeted in 2026? So in the budget 2026, is phase 2 budgeted? Minister, you also mentioned jubilees being paid out. There's a specific jubilee, the jubilee of the class of February 2020, they had to get, yes, of February 2025. Where is that jubilee? It's been a year now. So can we get an update on the jubilee that they made, either 25 years, I believe, in February 2025? It's been a year. How far are we with that now? Also, some officers came to me for some clarity on the legality of certain payouts. I see that some payouts are being done based on an MBA, so gratification. I don't know if Jubilee is being paid out that way also, so I want to confirm. Are Jubilees paid out on a gratification, or is it LBA? So when is it being decided to make payments based on MBA, and when payments based on LBA? And what is the right legal process? And I understand, of course, some officers didn't have their LBAs, but now those that do have their LBAs, I would assume that you're going to follow that procedure. So the ones that have LBAs should go through a certain process that goes to the governor. Those that don't have LBAs obviously can't go to the governor. But is it so that persons with LBAs getting MBAs for gratifications, overtime, jubilees, and those without LBAs getting the same? Because then my other question would be, if we are able to make payments without having an LBA, a national decree, then why can't the batches be paid out the same way? We can say then, okay, we'll follow the process, we're going to continue the legislative process of the batches, but we can make payments via MBA the same way. Because if we're making payments of gratifications, like I said, jubilees over time via MBA, there's no legal justification then why the payments of the batches can't be done the same way. And that's a question that came to me from the officers, and I couldn't answer. I was like, you're right. Because we can't pick and choose when we want to use MBAs or LBAs to pay. Madam Chair, the minister also mentioned that basically the cabinet, their ministry does their job, they send their payments to finance, and basically it probably could get stuck there. And I have a concern with that because, okay, what I would like to know is, does the ministry do significant follow-ups to ensure that the payments are happening? And what is in the ministry's opinion, significant follow-ups? And then, if that is the case, that they do significant follow-ups, the minister, who's also part of the COM, also had urgent COM meetings to make payments of parties, right, that were not even budgeted. So can the minister then maybe put a proposal together, send to the Council of Ministers, and don't just say, hey, yes, we send it to finance, it's been there 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, right? Put advice together, get to COM, and let COM decide then if this is urgent enough to pay. If we can pay for parties, we can pay for the persons that are protecting us at these parties. And lastly, Madam Chair, Minister, this meeting was called in September. That would mean that if we call a meeting, we can expect 4 meetings a year, max, with the presence of the Minister of Justice. So I would like some clarity, because I heard about letters being sent, taking 2 months to respond, etc. So Minister, the meeting was called in September. The general population is even asking, okay, so what was the topic again? Did we ask, what questions were asked back then, etc., etc. So I would like to know, what is the reason why the minister, through you, Madam Chair, could not attend, if it's personal or not, or is it the fact that it took 3 months for you to receive the invitation from Parliament. So is it the fact that you were not aware of the meeting? Did Parliament take 4 months to update the minister? What is the issue with the Council of Ministers being able to attend meetings or respond to meeting requests by Parliament? Thank you.
Thank you, MP Irian. The next MP to speak at this time is MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, good afternoon to the Minister and the support staff. Madam Chair, I'll be brief, seeing that most of the questions I had have already been posed by my colleagues, but I just wanted to have the following on record. Madam Chair, I've been very critical of this government. Also, I have not swayed away from posing any critical questions to the Minister of Justice herself. And the most critique I've had of late to all the ministers, I would say the Council of Ministers, have been the manner in which they respond or non-response to letters. Madam Chair, with that being said, although it would not be, I would say it would not be popular to do, I must commend the Minister of Justice on the manner in which she answers letters that are sent to her. I must say, over the last year, I've bombarded the minister, in particular, with a lot of letters. I think she has received the most letters from me, from all ministers, and seeing that she has the biggest ministry and that every single one of my letters have been responded to, even to the point where some that take extra long to get back, answer from the minister herself or her cabinet would approach me with, hey, MP, we're working on it. It would be remiss of me to always point out the bad and not point out the good. So with that, I would like to tell the minister and her cabinet that is much appreciated. And seeing the point that my colleague just brought up, I hope we could get that on course, and moving forward, that would also not be an issue anymore. So once again, if you could point out the bad, we must be able to point out the good. I must commend the Justice Ministry on the way they handle letters in particular. Maybe that blueprint can be shared with the rest of the Council of Ministers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP York, and thank you for adding that aspect to the discussion that we very often have here in the halls of Parliament, and that is with respect to responses from ministers. So thank you for singling out your experiences when it comes to this ministry, and yes, so thank you for that, MP York. We continue, and the next MP to speak on the topic is MP Roseburg, to whom I give the floor at this time. MP Roseburg.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Blessed morning, afternoon already, sorry. Blessed afternoon to all. I will go straight into the questions that I have. To start with the last point that I wanted to make, I will use it as a first point in regards to the letters that I myself have sent as well, as the previous speaker mentioned. I do get response from you or from your cabinet minister in regards to the pointers brought forward. So I do appreciate that, even if the answers are sometimes difficult. For example, in regards to the crime fund, which have been brought forward on several occasions. And I'm happy to see that in your letter you mentioned that in the 2026 budget that will be completed or at least mentioned in the budget, seeing that that is an obligation by law, and that will then also handle the crime prevention. And seeing that we're here talking about justice-related matters, I do believe it also falls in that topic, seeing that it also justice workers will then be able to make use of the crime fund once that matter is being incorporated. And also in the motion it was mentioned the part in regards to the justice workers in connection to the crime fund. So just shortly applauding you for that. That being said, I would like to ask, seeing that it has been mentioned on several occasions, and also today the unions again were a topic of discussion, seeing the meeting request. And I just would like to know clearly if there is an impasse still, or if there was an impasse, if that has been resolved, and if structural meetings are currently taking place, and if that is not the case, if that will be taking place, and also seeing what was brought forward in regards to the insurance-related matters. We today spoke about it. It was explained to us, not via a presentation, but by word. And I can imagine for maybe the listeners that it couldn't fully be followed. So I just would like to know if there is a meeting scheduled or if there's no meeting scheduled as yet, if a meeting will be scheduled with all the unions so that it can be explained in details so that every union and also every member knows what is there and what is currently not there and what will be there, and also that when they go home and they leave the meeting, they have documentation to further review, because I believe at this moment a lot is being lost in communication. And often when you have paper in your hand, and they say in Dutch, wie schrijft die blijft, you know what there is, and then you can always look back at it and refer to it, because I, through you, Madam Chair, heard the Minister speak about the law, and I heard the Minister referring to several articles and several policies, but I do believe for the ones that are facing this challenge, it would be good for them to know what is really there. So just to know if a meeting is scheduled, and if not, just to advise through you, Madam Chair, to maybe schedule such a meeting specifically focused on that topic so that everybody knows where they currently are. Because it seems, and I can be wrong, that there is some kind of disconnect, or there was some kind of disconnect, seeing the several meetings that were scheduled and the several correspondence that seem to have taken place. But I do hope that that is not the case anymore, and if it's still the case, that it will be shortly resolved, because it would be unfortunate if that continues in the way how it has been continuing. That being said, my other question, and that's specifically in regards to other topic that I have brought forward and in which I did receive a response, but I just want to follow up in regards to internal affairs. I have brought it forward, possible harassment that have been taking place in the past within justice, and to know if the ministry has developed a policy plan or is developing a policy plan in regards to that, so that also in, at internal affairs, for example, there will be females that will be able to address concerns that female workers might have, so that there will not be a fear of bringing that forward because of possible male officers working in the internal affairs department. I can remember that was the case, that there were only male workers, but I just would like to know what the plan is of the ministry, or is of a plan, or if a plan is currently being developed, so that also that can be addressed on 2026, because I do believe it's an important topic, and yes, I have made it known, and I'm just following up in regards to where we currently stand in regards to that internal policy. That being said, let me see. No, those are my two main pointers. So thank you.
Thank you, MP Roosburg. The next MP to speak is MP Ottley. MP Ottley, you have the floor.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair. To the Honorable Minister of Justice, I listened keenly to your answer. I would like to start by saying, indeed, this meeting was called in September after the unions were present and basically stated they had no communication with the Minister of Justice. Said they tried to schedule meetings, and the minister laughed and said it was a bit too ambitious. Whether the laughing was real or not, that is the sentiment of the unions, and they felt disrespected. Hence the reason we called this meeting. Time has passed, and I heard one of my colleagues ask, how is the relationship now? I would like to know, when last did you meet with the minister, through you, Madam Chair? When last did you meet with the unions and the representatives? Also, I'm happy to hear about phase 2, because in politics, we often speak and try to sensationalize things, but not understanding the legal ramification of things. And there were no basis really for retroactive payment. The payment was from basically on up to a certain point from signing on. And to hear that the minister is now working on phase 2, I look forward to that being completed. Hope that everything goes positive and the members of the Justice those good men and women can receive their retroactive payment. A very important question I just have to ask, is the crime fund linked to the general coffers? Because to me it's not. But I would like to know the answer. I stand to be corrected. Does the crime fund fall directly under the Minister of Justice? I asked this question because the Minister of Justice said that it was rejected by the Minister of Finance when asked to use for a specific payment. Was a reason given for this rejection? Was another plan given to you to supplement the funds that you direly need, Minister of Justice, since using the crime funds were rejected? So, for example, no, we can't use it, but I'm expecting monies from this payment. We would supplement here or there. If not, this is a serious, serious problem, because then you are being stagnated by then the Minister of Finance. So I look forward to that answer. I don't know if I asked, but what was the reason for the rejection? Also, to my knowledge, you received a letter from the unions or the police threatening a go slow, and it was stated that by December 31st they can expect payment. Was this payment issued, or was these demands met by December 31st? I see you shaking your head. Then, depending on the answer, then I'll provide the letter and response from your person. If they were not paid, why? When can they expect payment? I know you said the process, but when can they expect? I would like a clear timeline, a realistic timeline, because at this point we're dealing with budget 2026, as my colleague mentioned. Also, those persons who were sent home, even though they were sent home, some are still entitled to payment. Are they also included in the process, and will they be included one time, or that will be a separate process? See, Madam Chair, I must say I have seen, since everyone is listing good and bad, I have seen that the minister is trying. Before, the minister had what we call, to me, long toes, is that when you step, easily stepped on. But I can see now that the minister is trying to put her best foot forward. However, trying at a certain point will not be good enough if results are not given. So while we are trying, let's ensure that we are following the rules, regulations, and I always say this when I was a minister: don't tell me what can't be done, tell me how we can do it. So when the Minister of Finance tells you it can't be done, don't take no for an answer. She has to find a way to supplement what you need for this country to move forward. Same way, we spoke about the escalation of crime, and guess what? After a certain while, we saw the army here through you, Madam Chair. And now we are seeing an ease, although we don't have the presence of it anymore, but it's called action, finding a way to get it done. Once you get it done, you will see results. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Ottley. We continue with the members of Parliament responding to the answers and information provided by the Minister of Justice. And I give the floor now to MP Jansen Webster. MP Jansen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and good afternoon. My question to you, to the Minister, is I only have one question, and that is, with all that has been said, what now is the anticipated timeline? When will we? When do you think that you will be able to round off this chapter and round off this that we have to do for the justice workers? I know that the last time you mentioned December, we're now in January. So I want to know what's your new timeline. That's my only question, but I do want to mention that I'm glad to hear that other MPs have received answers. I still have, I think, at least one letter pending with the minister, so I too would like to receive my answer, and I have good hope, hearing all the good things, that I too will receive my answer to the letter that I sent. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Jansen. Minister, you were just building up a reputation here, so kindly take MP Jansen's request into consideration so that we can continue on that, and when we get the overview of meetings and questions, that you will still have that reputation noted in those in that listing. The next MP to speak is MP Lacroes. MP Lacroes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Honorable Minister of Justice. In NLP, Neuro-Linguistic Programming, I was taught that it is not the responsibility of the one receiving the information to understand it, but it is the responsibility of the one giving the information. So, for example, if I want you to understand that I have a key in my hand, and I say I have a key, and then I ask you, what does the key look like? And you tell me an answer that is wrong. It is not that you are wrong because you did not understand the question, but because you didn't have enough information. So going back to the communication, point 2, in our request today, how, after hearing all what the minister is doing, are we still hearing so much complaints from police officers and union that they're not getting help, things are not getting done? Then I pull it back on the manner or however it is communicated to them. So my advice to the minister, Madam Chair Lady, through you, is if they didn't understand it, A, try B, try C, try D, try E, try Z. At some point, they need to understand what is happening, and holding back information is not the way of getting it done. That is my advice on point 2. Then my echo the sentiments of MP Veronica Jansen. There's a letter still pending also from MP Ottley. So if the minister could look into that. And then an advice to the minister on this is literally have someone in your ministry go every day by div and pick up whatever is there. Otherwise, it could take long. And then it makes the minister look somewhat bad, but it is, it ends like, well, the responsibility of the minister to answer to questions from the parliament. But putting someone in place to go every day and pick up the documents will surely help deal with that situation. Then, Madam Chair Lady, one more question, because we continue talking about not having monies to make payments to the justice workers. And I continue to think to myself, we have no monies coming in, or monies are not coming in how they should. But that's a budget question that is going to come to the minister. And the question now is, how many justice workers are still at home? And if there are any, at home and still being paid, those need to come work. And if they were suspended under situation A at one location, they need to be replaced, put somewhere else, because that's wasted money. I work hard for my money. I want everybody work too. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Lacroes. And yeah, thank you for your comments there. I'm sure the minister took note of your outstanding questions. I do want to also in this context say to the minister, thank you for your responses to me regarding the former head, I assume that's what he is, of the immigration. I did not consider that something that I would want played out here on the floor of Parliament regarding the individual, but you did respond and respond very clearly to my questions in that regard. Thank you for that. I continue with MP Myers, giving MP Myers the floor. MP Myers, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the Honorable Minister. I just have one question. I would like to know, you stated last year that the batches, you will finalize the last set of batches by the fourth quarter of 2025. Was that met? I know you gave in your elucidation some of the technicalities you have with some of the batches, but I want to know, did you meet that deadline? And how far are you now? If not, how far are you now from completing its entirety? And besides that, what are the financial implications that this whole adjustment will have, on the national budget as is? So I agree that the workers, the justice workers, and all those must be compensated for the work they've done from since we became a country. But also, what are the financial complications that it will have on the national budget moving forward? That's my question.
Thank you, MP Myers. Minister, we have come to the end of the questions by members of Parliament following your introductory oral presentation, and I look to you. I'm going to adjourn just for 3 minutes until 1 p.m. so that we can discuss the continuation of this meeting. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. After the questions by members of Parliament, and now the Minister has indicated her preparedness to respond to these this afternoon, like in the next half an hour or so. In fact, the Minister was able to respond right now, but we'll still adjourn for half an hour around this lunchtime, giving members of Parliament the opportunity, if they so desire, to have lunch before we return and hear the responses by the Minister of Justice. So that was just a notification that this meeting will continue at 1:30 p.m. It's adjourned until that time. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back to this meeting of Parliament, this Central Committee meeting of Parliament on the topic of matters related to the Justice Ministry. We had and still have the Minister of Justice, Minister Natalie Tacklin, here with us. We have had her introduction to this meeting and its topics, and then we had questions from the members of Parliament, followed by an adjournment, and we now are ready to continue with the Minister providing answers to these questions by members of Parliament. So I immediately welcome back the Minister and her support staff and give the Minister of Justice the floor. Minister, you have the floor.
Good afternoon once again, Chair Lady and the members of Parliament. I hope everybody had a good lunch, and we're happy to at least be able to answer these questions right away. I'll start with the questions from MP Doran, and I think it seemed indeed that to take a page from, through you, Madam Chair, from MP Lacroes in terms of if the listener isn't understanding, then I have to do a better job explaining. So once again, to go into the insurance question and the coverage and yes and no on what this actually means. Is there an insurance in place right now? No, there is not. There has not been an insurance in place since 2022. That is the last time that there was an insurance package. So as of the January 1st, 2023, there was no longer any insurance for any justice workers. So since that time, we have been operating without an insurance. However, as I stated before, the right of the employee doesn't come from the insurance, it comes from the legislation, which says that that the government is responsible up to certain amounts if anything were to happen to you. And in that sense, MP Duran asked the question of, if something happens now, how much money is a person going to get? For that, I refer everybody to Articles 114 and 118 of the Besluitrechtspositie KPSM. So, for example, to read here, it says, in the event of invalidity caused by dienstongeval or beroepsziekte, it says that de ambtenaar belast met de uitvoering van een politietaak, that you will get smartengeld up to a maximum of a net amount of 200,000 guilders. Then also they say if the person passes away, then their widow or their widower, as the case may be, gets also then a net payout by government of 100,000 guilders minus an amount mentioned somewhere else. In Article 118, there are percentages taken up where it has to do with how much you will be paid out in the event that you lose a leg, you lose a foot, you lose a hand. All of these are established in the legislation. So is there insurance in place right now? No, there is not. However, if something were to happen, God forbid, and I hope not, to anybody falling under this rechtspositie today, tomorrow, or any time before there is an insurance in place, the government of St. Martin will be liable regardless of whether there is an insurance coverage, yes or no. And by law, the government will be liable up to the amounts listed in the legislation. So I hope that covers that question. So that is, the MP also asked me, can you explain what a risk management tool is? Again, just like your house, when you have hurricane insurance, you pay that premium because it's better that you pay the however much that premium is versus if your whole house blows away. Or even with car insurance, I can drive my car with or without insurance. It doesn't mean that I'm not liable or responsible for any damages that are caused. So in this case, that risk management tool is also something for government that, let's say, if, again, God forbid, I don't like to use these examples, but if a building were to collapse on a group of police officers all at one time and we have to pay out multiple families at once, at least we have, as a risk management tool, an insurance in place that would better enable the government to make those payments. So that's what I mean when I say it's a risk management tool. I think insurance is a risk management tool for everybody. We rather pay a health insurance coverage of, if it's a private insurance, $3,000 a year, because if something happens to you that will cost you $100,000, at least the insurance will cover it. But either way, that's the way that we need to look at this in terms of that. So I will repeat again. that right now, if something were to happen to a police officer, but equally to a civil servant under the LMA, there is also a duty of care for government that flows from the law, and the government will be responsible for the damages that this person has incurred. Then the question was, is coverage needed, if the coverage needed is in the 2026 budget. There was a budget reservation in 2025, and there again is a budget reservation in 2026 to cover the cost of the insurance. However, this of course is based on the premium and the amounts that we had that was known to the government back in 2023. So of course we've taken up what we think it might be, but this is again why we have to work with SOAB in the coming months to define that scope to ensure that we actually have budgeted enough, or whether or not any budget amendments will be necessary to properly pay that premium and calculate that risk. So is it budgeted for 2026? Yes. Off the top of my head, it's an amount around close to 400,000 guilders. Then there was the question of where is the ministry with the placement process? All batches have been completed and compiled and validated by the ministry. 14 and 15 have already been paid out. Batches 16 and 17 are complete and are currently with the governor for him to sign the LBAs. Once those are signed by the governor, they will be countersigned by me as Minister of Justice, and then those LBAs will be provided to Loan and Salaris, and then Loan and Salaris will pay out the retroactive on the LBA with the following payroll. Then, of course, when it comes to phase 2, I know that that's a question that will come after, but I think that that's part of this answer as well. Phase 2, we are awaiting bekrachtiging of the legislation by the governor. However, in the meantime, the relevant HR departments within the Ministry of Justice, so for each department, is currently busy with that process for phase 2. Right? Then the question was, also from MP Duran about the NAGICO insurance policy that was there. Is there a need for this coverage? And again, I think we need to look at the history of how this came about. As the MP rightly stated, this insurance discussion came about in 2016 after the unfortunate passing and shooting of murder of a police officer here in town. As a result, the government came up with a scheme at the time that covered everyone in the police force. However, back in 2022, the then government took a decision that the scope of this insurance should change. It should not cover all police officers. We needed to look at risk profiles. Are you actually doing a job within the police that puts you in danger? And then I think we also need to acknowledge the rechtspositiebesluit, again, that was negotiated after years of negotiation with the unions. So this is the besluit rechtspositie police. Within this rechtspositiebesluit, this is where also that change came. So the question was, what about administrative staff, etc.? No, they are not covered, and they are also not covered by the law, because the law makes a distinction in ambtenaar van de politie dat belast is met een politietaak. So if you are a secretary sitting in the back, then no, you are not belast met een politietaak. So the law defines that actually it's those that are on those front lines that are in the higher risk situations. And again, the law now is actually on the same page with the decision of the Council of Ministers from October 2022. And now the two have aligned, which is, I think it was 2022, yes. Which then makes that distinction now in the law as well between those frontline workers and actually based on risk profile. And then the MP also asked, is there actually a need then for insurance coverage? Why are we using insurance? But again, as I explained in the previous question, that is, to me, that risk management tool for the government, because again, it's just more prudent, and I think it's better governance if we're better prepared for these potential financial risks, that should there be a huge hit or a huge payout that's necessary, that we don't immediately have budgeted, that at least there's an insurance in place so that we can responsibly respond to any type of situation like that. Then I move on to the questions from MP Irian. Then one of them was, will the administrative staff fall under the coverage? No, they won't. And that's also stipulated in the besluit rechtspositie politie, which was agreed upon by the unions. And also this entire advice process for the insurance started under then Minister Anna Richardson. continued through now MP Lewis, previously Minister Lewis, where the advice kind of bounced back and forth between the ministry and the governor's cabinet. But this was initiated already in 2024. And that discussion then was indeed then that it would just be those frontline workers. In my discussion so far with the unions, there hasn't been any comments or things that have come up about the administrative staff, but perhaps after this meeting, that may come to my attention. The MP asked, are payments being halted due to the budget when it comes to payouts for the justice workers? So far, nothing has been communicated to me by the Ministry of Finance, and they have continued to pay out the retroactive amounts or the jubilees, the overtime calculations. As I mentioned, batches 14 and 15 were paid out with the payroll last week in January. Then clarity on the approved LBHUM. Essentially, the issue was when it comes, there are multiple legal positions or multiple function books within de Respositiebesluit politie. And it was the Organisatiebesluit Justice. And what it was that there was a technical issue with, there were different in-working tradings data for the different parts of the function book. And that was incorrectly taken up as a technical error when that LBHUM had been published. And then on the advice of the Raad van Advies, they said what we should do is actually retract the entire law and then republish it with a in-working tradings datum that takes into account the different days of the different function books and when they came into effect. So that, in a nutshell, is what it was. So really the only article that needed to change then was the in-working trading to allow and recognize that some legal positions came into force at different times. Then the only one that we would maybe have to follow up in writing and also get further clarity from the MP after was the question about the jubilee of persons who had made 25 years in February. We weren't sure exactly what was meant by the question or what the group was, so otherwise we can caucus offline with the MP and then provide that answer in writing, if that's okay. Then the question about payouts on the basis of MBAs or LBAs and what is the right legal process. So when it comes to payouts, what we've had is gratificaties or things like that, if something was paid out by an MBA, it's the situation where it was a person with a labor agreement, so they don't have an LBA, they're just a regular arbeidscontractant, or individuals who have left service but are still in phase one. So for example, if you already have an ontslag, if the governor has already signed your ontslag LB, we were getting back the advices from the governor saying, I cannot sign a LB to pay out a gratificatie or any of these other allowances or emolumenten because the person is already ontslagen. And in that case, then we would sign an MB to pay out that amount to that person. Similarly, what else was paid out by MB was the retroactive on the bereikbaarheid. So that was the on-call allowance. So on the basis of the besluit rechtspositie politie, previously police officers before the 1st of January 2023 received an on-call allowance of 75 guilders. With the change of that law, the overtime went from 70, or the on-call allowance, the piquet, went from 75 guilders to 150 guilders. So that difference didn't, the governor said it doesn't have to come to me. We don't need a LB to pay out the difference in the bereikbaarheid because it's something that retroactively they were entitled to. So those calculations were then provided and made by the ministry, and the difference in the bereikbaarheid was paid out by MB. So if there were other situations where something strange happened, as far as I know for the jubilees, it's the same as they were all paid out by LB if the person has a LB. And unless, again, it was a regular, no, because then you wouldn't have an arbeidsovereenkomst. Yeah, or if you had a regular arbeidsovereenkomst, it would be a MB. Those were the two situations there. And then I got a question about attendance of this meeting and why it took so long. I think the first time that I was requested to attend this meeting was sometime at the beginning of December or the end of November. I was unavailable at that time, and I had proposed a date in the week after. However, then Parliament was traveling to the Netherlands, so we couldn't plan it then. And then I was asked to come a week and a half ago. However, we were busy in the middle of EVO preparations, and we had the other ministers here on the island as well, which is why this meeting then ended up now. So there were two occasions and a counter proposal in which Parliament wasn't available. Then I have the questions from MP Roseberg, asking about whether there was an impasse with the unions and if this was resolved. I'm trying to think of a PC diplomatic way to phrase this, but in our experience, at least for the majority of our relationship with the unions, between me as minister and the unions, there are no issues with the unions. I think there is a particular union that continues to spin a narrative that I don't think is completely accurate, and even when speaking to the members of that union, they also don't agree necessarily with the board of the union in terms of messaging and things like that are coming out. And we have been approached personally by members of the same union, happy with the work that I am doing and that the ministry is doing. So I think it's a small group of people making a lot of noise. And as far as we are concerned, there's no impasse, and we continue to communicate openly and transparently, no matter which union it is. Will a meeting be scheduled with the unions to discuss and inform of updates with provided documentations and with necessary information on paper? I'm not sure what that one was, but I have as one of the next ones for MP Ottley, the last meeting that we had where we provided extensive updates to the unions was through the CCSU, and that meeting took place on October 25th. And all the relevant unions were present, and we provided updates on the LBAs and any other pending matters that were going on within the ministry at that time. Then, as I mentioned, I received a letter last week, Thursday. It was after the press briefing, so it must have been Thursday or Friday, from the WICSU, a joint letter from the WICSU and the NPB asking about the insurance. We were focused, of course, on preparing for this meeting, so we also figured they would get information here today about the insurance, but we will also, of course, respond to them in writing with further information about the insurance as well. Then, in terms of internal affairs policy, and has a policy been established or a plan to address sexual harassment within KPSM? There are established procedures for this, and they've done quite a lot of work in terms of making sure that on paper the right procedures are there. This remains an ongoing process of looking where improvements can be made. And there are also some ongoing investigations into allegations of sexual harassment, and then how we will address those based on the outcome of those investigations. So I'll await the outcome of those, which are taking place by an independent body and not internally. Then I have questions from MP Ottley. When was the last meeting held with the unions? This was on October 25th, 2025. The question was, is the crime fund linked to the general coffers, or does it fall under the Minister of Justice? And what was the reason of for the rejection of the Minister of Finance? So the crime fund has its own account where funds are paid into that fall under the Minister of Justice. However, based on the legislation governing the crime fund, all money going through the crime fund has to adhere to the rules of the accountability ordinance, the Comptabiliteitslandsverordening, meaning that the regular procedures that count for the budget also have to go through the crime fund, where we have to put out tenders and we need to do all of those things as well. When it comes to the reason for the rejection, again, this actually, and maybe the way that I answered the question or that gave the information initially, again, this process went on in 2023 and 2024 under the previous government. So the information I have about it being rejected by the Minister of Finance comes from the advices that were there in the ministry, and that we can go through and see what the history was of this process. So again, and I don't think it was within here too, looking at the advice, it seems to have been a discussion on a civil servant level between FBBB or the SG Finance and then and the Ministry of Justice, so not necessarily between ministers per se. But again, I think if I had to speculate on what that reason could have been, the crime fund is meant for a project-based approach when also you are looking and investing into crime prevention. You could argue, of course, that insurance for justice workers may be something you could fit under there, but the crime fund is not meant to cover structural expenses of the Ministry of Justice or the government. And an insurance is a structural expense, meaning that you would have to account for that within the national budget of the country. So if I had to speculate on what the reason could have been that the Ministry of Finance rejected the proposal to fund the insurance out of the crime fund, from a legal perspective, I would say it must be that. Then I was asked about if KPSM had informed that they were on a go-slow in December or had threatened to go on a go-slow. No correspondence was received by me or the Chief of Police regarding any go-slow from the police officers in December. So if the MP has information on this, then perhaps he can share it through you, Madam Chair. Then there was a question about whether staff that left or was dismissed received what is due to them, such as retroactive payments and such. Yes, this would be covered, of course, in phase 2, should anything be due. Then MP Janssen asked, when will the LB will the LB process be finalized? When it comes to phase 1, from the ministry perspective, it's been finalized, where we have prepared everything that we need, that we had to, or that was within our obligation and authority to prepare. So when it comes to phase 1, once those last LBs are back from the governor and they're signed off, then that will be complete. Of course, taking into account that there is a small group of individuals that will not be able to be placed for the foreseeable future because of complications with the function book. And then, of course, we will initiate phase 2, and we haven't established with the different departments yet how much time that will take in phase 2. So we'll need to follow up again and establish timelines and see what is feasible for the departments to be able to work on that process for phase 2. But of course, we're going right into it as soon as we get the legislation that allows for it. MP Lacroes, the questions from MP Lacroes. How, after hearing all that the minister is doing, why are we still hearing complaints from the unions and officers? As I said before, I think it's a small group of individuals, and I don't think that it's the majority of justice workers that share the same sentiment, at least not insofar as has come back to us through the different unions. Again, it's one particular union which we keep hearing the most from, and we try to address those matters as they come up, and we will continue to communicate transparently with the workers individually, through the unions, and through whatever other platforms that there are. Then MP Lacroes also asked how many justice workers are still at home and being paid. That one I would have to follow up and check with the individual departments and with our HR within justice to see how many individuals we have at home that are not working. Then I have the questions from MP Myers. Has the deadline of the batches been met in Q4? As far as the ministry's job in the LB process, yes, all of that was completed at the end of Q4. So again, the ministry's role is compiling those personnel files, ensuring that it's validated and going through that entire process. All of that was done. And then, of course, these advices then go from justice, then through DIV, to the Ministry of Finance, that then sign off on any financial implications and check them once more, Minister of Finance, and then go to the governor finally. So again, those last 2 batches are with the governor, and we're waiting. Hopefully, we'll get it any day now from him. Maybe if he's listening, he'll give it an extra nudge. What are the financial complications on the national budget moving forward? There were arrangements and agreements made with the previous government with the unions. Currently, in the past years, what we have done is yearly an amount between 5.5 and 6 million guilders is budgeted per year on the ministry budget to pay for retroactive payments. That will continue to be done for 2026 and into the future as well. Based on initial calculations that were made when this process started, The calculations at the time was that this would cost the country upwards of 42 million guilders. We cannot pay out 42 million guilders in one shot, which is why agreements were made on a phased approach in terms of payments. And depending on the type of how big your payout is and that retroactive, that then you would be paid out over multiple years in order to get that amount. And of course, preference would be given to those who were 62 plus or on pension, that of course we would try to pay out those individuals sooner than others. So that would be the process that we now have to go into when it comes to phase 2, and once all of that is calculated and done. So significant financial implications for the country for the foreseeable future. I think that brings us to the end of the questions. I don't know if there are any clarifications, or I let the chair go for that.
Thank you, Minister Tacklin, for those responses. I see that a member already has or wants to address something, maybe a question that, an answer that she did not receive, or another point, and that is MP Roseburg. MP Roseburg, you ask for the floor.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Indeed, in regards to the questions that I asked, and I saw in the answering that something was missed or maybe not clear, seeing the possible impasse that I referred to and the answer of the minister in regards to that, my question was related to what will be done in regards to that, seeing that now that I hear there's a small group, although that it's a small group, will there be actions taken to make sure that whatever is currently going on will be addressed, especially seeing that the last meeting, physical meeting, was the October, if I understood correctly. So that was more a question and or suggestion. And the second suggestion was seeing that today, in regards to the insurance and the clarification in regards to that, based on the law, based on the future plans, and now especially seeing the letter that is pending, and the ministry brought it forward that there's a pending letter, that it might be an idea to have a physical meeting afterwards to sit down, discuss it step by step, and also give the members, all the members, and not only the union, just a copy with, hey, these are currently your rights, this is where we stand currently, and these are the future plans. Because for us here, let me speak for myself, articles were referred to, I can find them, but still it can be difficult if you don't have something physical on paper to know, okay, what has really been said. So I can only imagine for others that maybe don't know where to find the law and don't know what's currently in place to listen to a meeting and then to know, okay, I know what we currently have. So just my question was, and I would like to get clarification on that, if there is a meeting scheduled anytime soon, and if not, if that can be put on the ministry's agenda so that unnecessary, I don't know how to refer to it, can be addressed, seeing that there is some kind of frustration or impasse in or with some of the union members. So that's my only clarification. Yes, the rest was addressed and answered. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Roseburg. I now give the floor to MP Veronica Janssen-Webster. MP Janssen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister for her answers provided to the questions. I noticed that the Minister mentioned approximately 42 million, I think it was, that this exercise will cost with the L-base. I wanted to know if, through you, Madam Chair, if the Minister has any revenue-generating measures to compensate. So if there are revenue-generating measures that will come now in this 2026 budget, and I am thinking, especially, and maybe it's a suggestion, on increased immigration fees. I read in the newspaper where the countries in the Caribbean are now looking at how they are going to accommodate the young people and the workers there, because people cannot immigrate to the U.S. anymore. And as part of the region, we seriously have to look at a shift that people might start looking at coming here, because we are a country where many nationalities come to work. That calls for more work, let's say, in the ministry, but also an opportunity for increased fees and increased revenues if possible, and any other revenue generating measures. So has the minister looked at revenue generating measures for the 2026 budget to help compensate this 42 million? Thank you.
Thank you, MP Janssen. The next MP to speak is MP Irian. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Minister for the answers thus far. Minister, regarding the crime funds, is the policy related to the crime funds that is supposed to be done every year with the budget done for the budget 2026? So the policy that indicates how you want to spend the crime funds, is that done? And can we get an indication of like the vision for that policy? Yeah, that's all.
Thank you, MP Irian. At this time, Minister, I don't see any other MP wishing to take the floor. I want to connect a question to the question/comment by MP Janssen regarding revenue or revenues of your ministry. Minister, is it possible that, and I will ask this of all ministers, that your ministry run down all applicable laws to your ministry that actually could yield a revenue? Run down the laws that govern the activities rather of your ministry, and which ones, in addition to the existing ones, like for example, residency fees and those, are there any other collections under your ministry's caption that are not utilized? So possibilities for charges for whatever services that are not utilized or fully utilized or can be amended, if that type of a breakdown can be provided. Minister, you have heard the few remarks and further questions, and I look at you in terms of addressing those.
Thank you, Chair Lady. I can address those. I'll start with MP Roseberg. Any plans for a meeting? Right now, immediately, no, but we will take it under consideration, especially considering the letter that was received, and it might just be more efficient sometimes to have the meeting instead of typing a long letter in writing. So we'll definitely take that under consideration and look into scheduling one as soon as possible. However, I also do want to make note that even when it comes to one of the unions in December, they had asked for updates, again, worried about the payout of overtime and bereikbaarheid, et cetera, from the police. And at that time, what we were doing was sending them weekly an update on how many advices were processed, where we were, and because they had a general meeting with their members, came back and said, oh, Minister, actually the members would like to get updates more often. And so we made sure that every week when we had a status update, we sent that just by email quickly to let them know once the advices had gone to finance or gone to the governor, et cetera. They knew immediately where everything was. And most of those were paid out with the December payroll, actually. So at least we tried our best to really get that a lot of these officers had something to go into Christmas with and to get that extra payout. So again, the lines are short when they need to be. And we'll definitely take into consideration or take under advisement the meeting. Then MP Janssen, any revenue generating measures? I think it's important to realize that justice is an investment. When we want to generate revenue, I think we need to look at ROMI, we need to look at taxes, we need to look at things like our TIAT. Justice we should see, I think, as an investment into our country. However, when it comes to revenue generation, the increase in fees, yes, we are looking at an increase in leges. So we are looking at leges throughout the ministry to look at the amounts that we charge for a service. But I also think it's important to keep in mind that legally we should be generating money as a country through taxes and through the collection of taxes. A fee that is paid by somebody, the fee is not a revenue-generating measure. The fee is only allowed by law, by the Constitution, to be charged for the cost the cost of what it takes government to provide that service. So the assessment, I can't just say, oh, I'm going to charge $10,000 for a permit. It needs to be, how much does it cost us as a government to provide the service, and then the cost should be connected to that. However, I do think that there's a lot of space where we're undercharging and we're not charging enough for what it is. If I look at how much it takes for a police record to get to me after investments in systems to automate and all of that, that were not recouped those investments, you know, the 50 guilders, or sometimes a decision to allow entry for a boat, the 45 guilders that it has to go through so many people before it reaches my desk for me to spend time signing it also. Those are fees that we want to reevaluate and look at. But I think that we can't see these fees as money-making tools. They need to cover the costs, and I think to a large extent we're not covering cost as we should. So yes, we are trying to reassess those as a Ministry of Justice. One of the things that we continue to want to look at is our ability to recoup fines. For example, in Curaçao, there's a whole section within the public prosecutor's office that there's, I think, 6 people in there that all they do is work on collecting fines. And of course, it would mean that we would need to amend the function book for the prosecutor to add more FTEs, that we would have individuals there just tasked with collecting fines. But we also think that you would earn back those salaries in no time if you're actually able to properly execute. So those are discussions that we're having with the P.A. also to look at what we would need to do and what time frame we would be able to also, for example, introduce a department to be able to do that. In Curaçao, it's called Pagabubut. Within the public prosecutor. So yes, we are looking at these things in terms of how we can generate and what we can do as a Ministry of Justice. But to a large extent, the Ministry of Justice is a service provider. And again, those services, they're not money-making tools, the services, but they need to be fair to the individual that is receiving the service from the government as well. Then MP Arian asked about the crime fund policy for 2026. Yes, we're finalizing that crime fund policy, and the intention is to submit it, as MP Roseberg mentioned earlier, because I believe she got some of that in writing into answers to her questions. Indeed, some of the things that we're looking at, to give you an example, is investments into the schools, into sports, and into communities, and working with organizations that are already developing programs, already conducting programs. Some of the things that we have is we would like to launch a Bureau of Health. So we're working with the Court of Guardian to work to see how we can put something in place. If funding is necessary to run it as a pilot, that would come from the Crime Fund. We're also looking at investments into programs in the marine sector where we can link it to MLC or to the Court of Guardianship, where we have youngsters where we see that maybe they're going down the wrong path and we can provide opportunity to them. So we're looking at being able to then offer them some type of training, some type of certifications that they can work in that industry. We'll also have discussions with NSI to see what we can do in terms of Sports Unites and the different communities and investments in that area. We are also working with, I'm looking at you. What? Yeah, I mentioned the marine sector. We're also looking at some investments into martial arts in the schools and things like that. So there's a number of initiatives, and I think that gives you an idea. In the coming months, we're also going to be working on a veiligheidshuis. Together with the Ministry of VSA, we actually have a Rijkstrainee that's coming from the Netherlands, a girl from St. Maarten actually, looking to maybe move back home. And we've asked her to help us to kind of work on the policy framework in order to develop this project. So she'll be working 6 months on kind of really getting that off the ground together with the other ministries. So those are in a nutshell, some of the things that we have planned for 2026. Then finally, from the chair lady, the question that was received in terms of the rundown of laws relevant to the ministry, we will definitely make an assessment and see, what has been being underutilized. And what we do see as a Ministry of Justice, for example, that there are even services, especially within immigration, that were never meant to be structural in the way that it has developed over time. So these services are being provided and taking a lot of human capacity to provide, while we actually don't charge a fee for these services because they were never foreseen as services. So those are things that we also want to, for example, individuals requesting visa waivers, the off-island exemption, the dispensation letter, where we're getting hundreds of them at a time. We charge $0 for any of those services. So those are things where, again, I'm saying that it's costing us more to provide service than what the public is paying for it. So those are assessments that we're going to make. And again, we also want to look at an increase in fines and where we can do better in that perspective as well, where the issues are, and continue to move in that direction.
Thank you, Minister. I see several other members of Parliament wish to add or say something, maybe ask, and I give the floor to MP Irian. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding the question by the Chair of Parliament pertaining to revenue, I can understand where the question comes from. When we look at the budget of the Netherlands, for example, the Justice Ministry, they raise a portion of the part of the budget is fines, for example. We don't have it in our budget, right? So the Justice Ministry does generate certain revenues for the budget itself. So I can understand where it comes from. And we don't see that by us. And if you look at I've said it before in a previous meeting, I think we have close to almost 10 million guilders in outstanding fines. So a lot of complaints we talk about money, money, money. They're literally the money is literally sitting on there. We know there's literally a book with every person, their name, the fine that they got, etc., etc. So the money is there to collect. You mentioned increasing the FTEs of the prosecutor, etc. But I think the government of St. Martin can also collect the revenues today. Receivers can collect every fine that's out there today. So we don't have to increase the function book of the prosecutor. Just start a marketing campaign and let people go and pay by the receivers. That's legally right now that can happen. So I think, and I said it before in a previous meeting with the budget to the Minister of Finance, I think I've also said it in the budget to you, Minister, we have money out there. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Persons can start paying now our receivers. And how do I know this? Because we started that process of saying, hey, can this happen? The prosecutor didn't really like it, but they said, yes, legally it can happen. So let's go and start collecting the 10 million guilds that's out there or more, and including the budget. We should be able to say for budget 2026, what is the expected revenue based on fines alone? That's how all the budgets work in general. Regarding the fees related to costs, I also agree with that, but we have to start. We've said this before. The legislation, I believe, is also, I forget the name of the legislation, it's actually laws that have to change. So I would expect that, seeing how every single press briefing, every single minister keeps saying they don't have budget, those are the laws I expect to see coming to Parliament up front. Those are the things that I expect to hear we'll be working on up front, not all these other stuff that I'm hearing out of the Council of Ministers. And lastly, regarding the crime fund, I could see myself in a lot of the projects that you mentioned, but projects that I also want to see the crime fund spent, the money spent currently on the Justice Ministry. When I have to I get reports, I have them on my phone, pictures from officers that have to buy their own uniform. And again, it's almost like a sort of a class justice within government, the current government, because you have a ministry that can work from home, another ministry can't work from home, another ministry gets uniforms purchased, but then justice, officers buying their own uniform, officers buying their own handcuffs, officers, they're entitled by law for pepper spray, so they technically can buy pepper spray. I don't know why we don't give it to them, but officers, I can't imagine we have officers buying their own handcuffs, buying their own shoes, but then other ministries getting vanity uniform. So I would like to see, and if you have to adjust the policy, the budget ain't coming here till God knows when, I would want to see in that policy be include at the very least uniform and the items that the officers need to execute the task as part of that policy. I don't want to continue hearing officers have to buy all their stuff, whereas 6 other ministries are getting vanity uniform. like I said, going back to the fines, the money is there. If we don't get a ball rolling and making a couple of examples, it's just never going to happen. And it also demotivates police officers, right? When a police officer, and that's a complaint that I get right now, I stop somebody now, we get them a fine, they know they ain't paying their fine, so what's the point, right? So if we don't fix these loopholes, then it's not going to work. And then you mentioned that, yes, finance is in charge of the generating funds, but it works in tandem with all the other ministries, because if justice doesn't work fast enough, you can't collect certain money. A lady came to me, her permit just got renewed. It took almost a year, but now the expiration date is in the next 3 months. And she's like, but what's the point of this? And not even the courtesy to say, hey, we understand it took a year, right? We just extend it one time. What's the point of giving somebody a permit a year later, and then 3 months' time, we seen the documents. Like, it's startling to me. I don't understand it. But if we don't fix these processes, finance and other ministries can generate the funds, because and it's not only justice, of course, it's VROMI, everywhere else, right? But so we can't look at it as an isolated matter. No, we have to fix our policies and our streamline our efficiencies so that finance can generate these funds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. The next MP to speak is MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indeed, some of what I was going to mention, my colleague just mentioned it, MP Irian, because for me, when I heard the minister mention that justice isn't about generating revenue, and then when the minister continued speaking, she talked about all the points where they can generate revenue, I was like, okay, at least we're getting somewhere. I brought up in here, through you, Madam Chair, once about the tint ordinance, and the minister then mentioned that, the tint is causes increase in crime and so forth. But again, we don't have no data to substantiate that. I do believe that we need to be realistic with ourselves. I think maybe 70 or 75 or maybe 80%, and this is me talking out my head, of the vehicles are tinted on the road. So it's better to regulate instead, because you're not giving enough fines for that. And when you give the fines, you're not getting the money because it's by the prosecutor office. So I do think that we need to get creative maybe and start to look into ways to generate revenue. So maybe, Minister, through you, it is a possibility that we can maybe adjust the tint ordinance, because that is something that I'll definitely be working on, and charge a fee for it. In Aruba right there, we have customized number plates. They charge fee for it. So we do have ways in justice that you could generate revenue. I think, though, the willpower has to be there. And as minister, if the staff here, the minister mentioned that justice isn't about generating revenue, then I believe then the buck stopped there. Because here you have the highest authority indicating that this is not even an option. So I do believe we need to explore that. There's the issue of the certificate of good conduct. I know that in the past it took months. During my tenure, I put it directly on the minister, then it would go through the Public Service Center, which expedited it in a major way, and now it's on a slow again. Through you, Madam Chair, to the minister, these are things that could push quicker, because mind you, and let's give a simple example. I want to get a job on the airport. In order to get a job on the airport, I need a certificate of good conduct. Now, if it takes me 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months to get that certificate of good conduct, and my interview already took place, I don't have a job. Then that person will apply by Minister Bruch to get social aid, and the cycle goes around and around and around. So I do believe that we need to be a little bit more creative in seeing how we could expedite these processes. Right now, if I want a registration form, I go online, it give me an appointment in March, the ending of March. Right now, today, if you do it right now. So we have to be realistic. A lot of these requirements are prerequisites for people to get a job and be able to generate their own revenue for themselves. And if the government isn't putting any fire under the foot, there's no more walk-ins. I heard that it canceled, I think, about over a year now. I didn't even know. Because I told a person, go on Wednesday, you could walk in. They said, no, it don't exist. And it used to be on Saturdays. During our time, we had it open for Saturdays so you could get these simple things. Imagine for a paper that is right there, click print, you have to wait 4 or 5 months. So again, through you, Madam Chair, I would urge the minister to, I don't know, maybe we should do a calm revenue-generating retreat or something and see how we could find ways, because right now there's a lot of low-hanging fruit, and I do believe that the possibilities are there. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Doran. The next MP to speak is MP Lacroes.
Thank
MP
you, Madam.
Lacroes.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, I think I've mentioned this before when it relates to fines. Unless we attach the fine to something that is extremely important, like the sticker or the number plate, we will continue to chase our tails. No campaign will make you want to pay a fine unless you know that you will have a problem eventually further down the road. So for example, if you get a fine, the fines now should have the number plate on it or the VIN number of the vehicle, and when the number plate needs to be picked up, that if those fines are not cleared, that then you will not be able to get your number plate or your new sticker. Unless something like that happens, we're continuously not going to make it happen. And then one of the things that I heard my colleague mention that I think is even more disturbing is literally the fact that once things take so long, you are opening a door for someone in government to try and make some money. Desperation. If a child, for example, I know of an individual that asked for a registration form to be able to get a crib number to apply for study financing. And the appointment passed halfway February, where the documents should have been in 2 or 3 weeks before. And that doesn't happen. Then that person gets desperate and tries to make all kind of illegal deals to be able to achieve what they want to achieve. And we have mentioned this before on the floor of Parliament, and I know that the census does not fall under the minister, but it is a mess in there. And it's, when I understand, it's not even the employees, the civil servants itself, but a specific person could make 10 appointments and not show up, and then it's booked full. So the question and the suggestions, I hope that the Prime Minister is listening, that these things are taken up because it causes confusion later on for justice. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Lacroes. The next MP to speak is MP Roseburg. MP Roseburg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Just short, seeing all that was brought forward, I do agree with my colleagues that we need to be creative in that sense. I would like to make it known that although I understand where my colleague MP Irian came from in regards to the crime fund and making sure that also the workers that I also know of that are currently working in circumstances that they have to buy their own stuff, basically, I do want to make it known and that the crime fund, in my humble opinion, is not meant for that. It's pretty clear, and I think the minister also mentioned it, that the crime fund is project-based, and I 100% agree that workers should have proper gear and should work in safe environments and shouldn't have to pay for their own stuff. But what I do want to avoid from happening, which has happened in the past, is that the crime fund is being seen as a fund with money that we will use for persons, for example, if they have to travel to Curacao and there are no funds available, that's being used for it, or that gear is being bought. Gear needs to be bought for those new workers under the current circumstances. Money needs to be found for that specifically, and it shouldn't be used from a project-based balance such as the crime fund. So I would like to echo the sentiments that they shouldn't be purchasing it personally, but that the funds need to be allocated in the correct way and not through the crime fund, because it's not meant for that. And seeing that we finally are reaching somewhere in regards to this crime fund, I do would like it to be used for what it was intended and not for structural overheidskosten, basically. The ministry needs to find those funds, and I also say if there's one ministry you cannot save on, it's justice. So at the end, that money needs to be found somewhere, but not through the crime fund. Other than that, in regards to the fines, I do urge the ministry to look into that, indeed, especially seeing the law in regards to verjaring, the translation expiring of fines. We wouldn't want the 10 million that my dear colleague is referring to, that at a certain moment you have the situation that that fine cannot be collected anymore based on the law. So let's see what is possible, and there are certain suggestions being made by other colleagues so that the money can be kan uiteindelijk geïncasseerd worden. And once that's the case, then the projects that were referred to, which the basic human circumstances where the workers need to, under which the workers need to work under, can be used, because it is indeed very sad to hear that they need to purchase their gear themselves, or if seeing that there are workers from other islands as well working with them, that the other islands are covering up for that cost so that everybody will look uniform. That's not how it should be. So that's my contribution in regards to the last part that was brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. MP Lacroes, you have something to add? MP Lacroes.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. And another point when we speak of revenue generating measures, something that I mentioned before, the pay to stay idea. Pay to stay. If people are here, it is almost impossible. I heard 2 days ago, 3 days ago, someone that was deported, literally deported less than 3 weeks ago, is back here via channels. And then I asked myself, waar zijn we mee bezig? You know, I wish I knew where he was. I would. Just, the individual owe me money too. So the idea of, and I think in a previous meeting, the minister said that, you know, that was something that she was looking into. So that is definitely something I would love to see happen. Pay to stay, you know, pay your dues if you want to be here, and let us get those monies in to be able to execute the projects that we want executing. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Lacroes. Minister, these appear to be the follow-up questions and or comments by members of Parliament, and I ask you to react to those. Thank you.
Yes. I think mostly it was more statements and not necessarily any new questions that came from the members of Parliament. So I thank them for those contributions and the words of advice. And we will definitely take everything that was said here today under advisement and further consideration into the ministry. I did just want to make a comment that I think might be good for public consumption, building off the comment from MP Duran with respect to the police records and the time that that is taking. And I do want to be clear of how the process is currently. Essentially, the process is online. When you fill in that form, you know, if you have the relevant documents there, if it's for employment, it then goes to your employer, who is supposed to then also accept it, fill in the relevant information. What we have noticed is a lot of time there's a delay between when the person submits it online and when the employer fills out the information. So a lot of time we get people coming to the ministry being like, oh, I still waiting for my police record, I still waiting for my police record. And when you look, it's stuck at the organization, but they don't realize that. So a lot of times I would urge individuals who are waiting for a long time to please check with your organization and make sure that they have actually done their part of the process. Once that information is complete, it actually goes on to the prosecutor's office in Curaçao, because we don't have the database for judicial documentation that is held in Curaçao. So even if we wanted to do it through the Public Service Center, as it was done in the past, it still has to go through Curaçao, regardless of what role we want to assign to what. There was a time where there were some backlogs due to issues with staffing in Curaçao. However, those were addressed upon our instruction and request to the Py2025, and they hired extra staff. So right now, typically, once a request reaches the prosecutor, it is handled within 2 weeks. I was actually just checking my queue, and the ones that are there are requests that are from the second week of December. So those are requests that were submitted from the 14th of January, around that time. I said December, I think, just now, but I meant I said from the second week of January. So it's the first couple weeks of January again, and we can see within the system exactly how long a file was in which location. So right now, really, those delays tend to be with individuals who have not maybe uploaded everything, or it's stuck with your organization, i.e. your employer. So I just want to urge everybody to be cautious and also to be on time with your request for your police record and good conduct declaration. So again, typically between 2 and 3 weeks once that file is complete and has been filled out by the employer. And of course, when it's more urgent situations, then we're happy to look into trying to expedite that when individuals come to the ministry, because we have, of course, had a lot of situations with persons working at the airports that then are sent home because they don't have their police record. So we have continued to urge and try to work together with our colleagues in Curacao, but again, we're dependent because we don't have the judicial documentation access in St. Martin. So I just wanted to provide that as a note to the public.
Thank you for doing that, Minister Tacklin. And just quickly, if I could add and ask if there are any special considerations, especially in terms of permits and renewal of permits for teachers and persons in other public services. If you can quickly respond to that, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I know in the past year, it has, of course, been a concern from the school boards that have come to us when it comes to the permits for teachers. We have working agreements with the individual school boards and their contact person with a contact person within immigration so that those permits can then be processed. And of course, if it's necessary for the teacher to come to St. Martin while that permit is being processed, the ministry issues the dispensation to allow the teacher and the family to come to St. Martin and await the decision on the residency as soon as, of course, we have a work permit, because immigration cannot start or issue that immigration process until we have that work permit. So there is also an agreement where that's concerned with labor, and I think there's a rapid processing. So typically we've had the school boards then have contact directly with the ministry or with immigration specifically, or admittance, and they have made arrangements for those individuals. So I would urge those, the teachers in question to please consult your school board who have a direct contact with our acting head of admissions.
Thank you very much for that, Minister Tacklin. And with that, there were no other outstanding questions. No, it does not appear that to be the case. And so, Minister, I want to thank you and your staff for wrapping up this meeting by providing the answers to the questions by members of Parliament. I want to thank the members of Parliament for their participation and questions in this meeting, and I hereby close this Central Committee meeting of Parliament. I thank all of those who remained tuned into this meeting, and again, the members of Parliament for their questions and concerns, and the Minister for her answers. So this meeting of Parliament is hereby closed.